Hey, what's up, everybody? Yo, yo. What's up? Okay, 1 second, everyone. 1 second. All right, here we are. What's going on, everybody? Just have to work through some technical difficulties, but we're just on the second stream, really, so I'm just kind of getting warmed up. And I'm just reading the chat right now. Oh, it's cool, man. I'm so happy. Thanks, everyone, for signing on, and I'm happy to be back, and I'm happy to even just be talking with y'all and just be cooking up with you guys. What's up? We got Vincent at Illangelo News here. What's going on? We got Patricia. Man, we got Uno. What's going on, everybody? We got Bethu from Korea. Hey, this is so cool. So for today, I wanted to answer some questions I saw during the intro. Some people were asking what the track was. This is a record that I'm doing for my album right now. And it's just a very simple idea. I haven't really fleshed it out. But just like you guys heard, hey. All right, let's open up a new session. Oh, I got some new things I want to show you guys. I got, first of all, I have a little something on my mouse here, so it's easy for y'all. And then, I also had another one that was for when I click, so you guys could see it better. Let me see if it'll pull it up here, or maybe if I go to the App Store. I just forgot what it was called. I think it was this. It's probably this. Yeah, there we go. Cool. All right. So, man, talking with headphones on is kind of weird. It's like it's just a weird feeling. Okay, cool. So let's, on the first stream, we came up with a really, really dope track I really liked. So I was thinking just for the second track, I say we just run it again. I say we just do the same thing. And I think I was showing you guys the other week, but I already have like, I have about 12 songs. I'm gonna run through these songs with you guys at some point in future streams, but I'm going to just kind of save that for later. So maybe the first thing we should do is, I was thinking, let's just start with drums. Let's get just something that sounds super crazy. And then once we got the drums in a decent place, let's take a step back and let's start throwing lyrics in to Suno and generating vocals for us to sample and use. Elijah Blue in the chat saying to use XO drums, which I love XO, but right now I'm really loving Battalion from Unfiltered Audio. This This plugin is just so much fun to me. We have somebody in the chat asking if I use a template. And no, I don't use a template. I actually kind of refuse to use a template because if you start using a template, you just start locking yourself into a certain workflow. And for a lot of the times, I'm always working on something different. Also, it's good training to push yourself to do things from like a clear slate. This is what I believe anyways. Okay, so let's go. Let's run this. So we got battalion here, and what I'm thinking to do is okay, let's just run this. Let's hit a random preset. I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. All right, and we're just flying through drum patches and okay, I just want to answer some things on the chat. We got a question from Steezy Kane. How often do you go live? Well, I go live once a week right now, but I might want to push that to every second day. I might want to push that to every day. Just depends. So I have a lot of things going on in my life. So sometimes it's a little hard to stream every day, but I'm gonna try my best, y'all. Yo, we got Grey Love Official in the chat. I gotta moderate him. Let me see here. Let me see if I know how to do that. Hold up, y'all. Okay. Damn, I don't know if I know how to do this. Yeah, okay, I know how to do it. Okay, cool. Damn. I think Illangelo News should be moderator too. Boom. All right. Okay, let's get back to this. Right now we're just running random drum samples in on Battalion here. Yo. Okay, cool. So a lot of times when you're going random, it's not going to really sound that good, but you're just waiting for those couple moments that just really inspire you. Nope. 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 Okay, this is cool. So right now we got the tempo at 125, but I'm not in 125 world. I'm really when I'm DJing out, I love playing like 140, 150. I'm loving that range. When we start talking about 125, it's just, to me, it's a little slow. It's not really that fun. So let's bring this up to 141, and let's hit play again. Oh, let me also make sure that we got mini meters running on the master bus right now. Okay, and now we should have visuals. Okay, so all right, let's keep running this. Okay, I'm gonna mute the... I'm gonna hit random again. I like that. Nope. I'm just soloing. The remaining tracks just to see what's good. Nope. No. Okay, believe it or not, I'm gonna go random again. Let's keep searching. Yo, we got Argentina in the house. What's up? So, still nothing inspiring. Let's keep going. It's very cool, but not quite what I'm looking for. Hell yeah. You know, I think this is why a lot of people give up, just give up in general. Because, you know, for example, we've been running through random sounds for like the last, I don't know, like 10 minutes or something. A lot of people would just get frustrated. But the truth is that, you know, sometimes it comes up like the first second. Sometimes you got to just spend the time. It's nothing to get really frustrated about, or it's nothing to get, you know, sad or upset about or nothing. You just keep going. That's it. That's the secret, you know. So look, I'm gonna just keep going. I'm gonna click random here, and let's just keep going until we find something that kind of sticks. I'm not in love. I'm not in love. Let's keep going. Okay. Now let's go in and tweak this kick a little bit. I'm gonna throw it up to the synth section here. Let's keep it right here. Okay, let's just pull up a melody real quick before we just jump to vocals. Now there's this guy who did he made it's called Absinthe. You know, like the original native instrument. I'm sure you guys remember that. But so he did a plugin. Now what's it called? Like, creator, new plugin. Do you guys remember? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I've never seen anybody talk about it, but it's like, it's an amazing plugin. It's like creator of Absinthe, new plugin. It's, damn, I'm trying to find it here. Let's pull it up on the chat so you guys can see. It's an amazing plugin. I hope somebody in the chat can help. Yeah, here we go. I think this is it. Let me just double check. Yeah, beautiful. This is it. Okay, guys, this plugin's really cool. I haven't messed around with it a ton, but I have a little bit here and there. And I mean, it just has some really great sounds and stuff. Let's pull up anything. Let's go. Let's do something rhythmic. And let's just scroll through presets. And I wonder why my keyboard isn't working. Oh, because it's my bad. Okay, so it's not this plugin, y'all. This is like an effects module that this company does, or this guy does. But he has a synth that's dope. Plasma, you guys saying it's, yeah, thanks, chat. Appreciate it. Yeah, this plugin is amazing. Okay, so let's go rhythmic, and let's just go through sounds. I wonder, does it, oh, because we have synesthesia on it, damn. I really love this, but let's keep searching. I'm just playing random things, guys. There's no real logic to what I'm doing. I'm just playing random stuff to random sounds, and if it catches me, then we'll move forward with it. One thing I think would be fun to do, maybe to even spice this up a little bit. This is kind of classic vibes I used to do a lot before. Is basically I'm using this as an upward compressor, or upward expansion. Oh shit! My bad, y'all. Sorry. Not what I meant to do. I apologize. Damn. Okay, so basically we're gonna. This should be better now. Let's double check. So if you don't have Homicide, you could use Waves MV2. It does the same thing. This is kind of cool. Let's see. I like it. I like it. I don't love it. Let's keep going. Okay, maybe we switch directions here. Maybe we go for like just a atmospheric tone or pad. Okay, that's cool. That's like a decent start. Let's throw, before we jump to doing vocals on Suno, let's just do one more little decoration. So this is from Excite Audio, and this is, you know, called Vocal Ether, Bloom Vocal Ether. And let me just check what key this song's in. I'm pretty sure it's C, probably C minor. So let's just lock that in, and let's just do one more decoration before we get vocals on top of this. Let's turn this down a little bit too. There we go. Okay, so this is sounding just beautiful. I'm really loving it, but I want to throw one more sound. I'm hearing just like a piano or something a little bit more simple. And I don't know if it's a chord thing. I don't really know if it's just a little lick. But there's only one way to find out always, and you just got to experiment and you got to see. So right now I'm just trying to look for keys I want to use. I feel like, no. Maybe it's like this. Let's see what this is. I don't even know if I've used this before. All right, let's run it. I think that was decently close. Maybe the take before was better, but that last take was decent. Let's just hear the last take real quick. Let's solo this piano. So, dun, dun. Okay, let's fix this second last chord. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Okay, beautiful. Let's save this before we start doing some more stuff. And, you know, stuff crashes all the time. Sorry, what I'm trying to do is just have it. I guess I just gotta write this out. Stream 2. Okay. So let's now pull up Suno and let's generate some really great vocals. Okay, so in terms of style, I'm down to just run back the same thing as last time. That was 90s trip hop, electronica, alternative rock. What else was the tag list here? Experimental rock, dark, atmospheric feel. Really like the female vocal always. Okay, now for some lyrics. Has anybody in the chat got any inspiration they want to throw out there? While you guys are thinking, I'm gonna think too. And we got Illangelo News is saying some deep heartbreak. Okay, damn, you know, it's just like I'm so not in a heartbreak place, but you know, those songs are beautiful to write heartbreak songs, and you know, people love it. But damn, I'm just so in love. I can't even relate to heartbreak right now. But let's do heartbreak. Okay, let's ask ChatGPT here. Can you let's do this. Let's ask it, can you give me the top 3 best heartbreak songs of all time? Cry Me a River is amazing. One of my favorite songs. And I'm not familiar with the Taylor Swift one, and Fleetwood Mac, of course. My God. All right, so now let's do this. Let's say, how would you describe the lyrics from Cry Me a River as well as Dreams? Okay, so now I guess it's describing the lyrics. This is great. How would you describe it to an AI to help it understand what it is so it could generate something similar? Beautiful. Now let's just say, can you combine these 2 songs together and spit out a prompt that you can use, that an AI can use to write lyrics? Okay, I'm honestly, I can't read all this. Like, you know, you just really got to keep yourself not bogged down with too much stuff. And this whole process of even asking AI to do the lyrics is already a whole process. So let's just, I'm just going to copy and paste and say, hey, can you write a song like this? Boom. Okay, so now what we're going to do is all we're going to do now is we're just going to open up a notepad here. All right, and let me just organize this a little bit. And let's just copy and paste random lines. It doesn't really matter. We're just anything that's kind of catches our attention. Let's grab that, and we're just going to throw it into Notepad here. So I'm not going to read these out loud because what's the point? I saw it break before the fall and didn't flinch. I knew it. No. I don't think any of that's good. Okay. So let's just say, can you try again? And let's just try it again. Let's just keep it simple. I didn't see a single line in that I really wanted to copy. Okay, so it's still going in the rain direction. And I think we just got to say, can you move on from the rain theme? Yeah, there's some things here, but I'm not going crazy. I'm going to tell it to run it again one more time. Oh, I like this. I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor, but I don't live. I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. That's all right. So let's just throw that up. I'm sure we can get something good out of that. But let's just keep searching for a little bit. Okay, I asked it to generate some more lyrics. I would say let's do maybe one more time after this, and then let's keep it moving. This is cool. You didn't lie, you just left things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while, thought the stillness. Nah, see, it didn't come through at the end. But what we can always do is just like we can just copy the third line over. So again, I'm not being like too picky here. I'm just trying to move things along, and word just floats right past. You're not the first to be the last. If you return, I won't adjust. I'm not the ghost you thought I was. So let's just say, hey, can you come up with a better line than I won't adjust that still rhymes with was? Okay, option 3 is not bad. If you return, don't call it love. I'm not the ghost you thought I was. Or it won't be us. I don't know. I'm stuck between option 3 and 4. Chat, give me some help here. Do we run it with don't call it love, or do we go it won't be us? Okay. Done. If you return, it won't be us. I'm not the ghost you thought I was. Perfect. This is a decent amount of lyrics to get us going. I got to be honest, I like both a lot, but it won't be us is more, I don't know. It paints a better picture of, like, you know, two people. But we could also go it won't be love on the second time. And then we can just see what, however the AI, you know, however it does it better. Okay, so we're going to paste all these lyrics in here. I'm not going to overthink it. We could do really cool things, like we could go verse and pre, but in this case, because these are just totally random words and lyrics, let's just leave it open. And let's hit create. And let's do this maybe 6 times. Well, I mean, so we have 6 tracks here. Okay, let's hear this first one. This is amazing. Okay, guys, that's crazy. Like, holy shit. I'm really happy with that entire piece that we just heard. Like, usually it can be fun to like chop things up and take different vocals from different generations, but I mean, geez, that was like, honestly, that was almost perfect. I don't even know if I want to listen to the rest of these. But fuck it, let's just see.
I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low, you'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. It won't be.
Nope.
I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low, you'll find it.
Nope.
Find echoes there anymore. Waited for.
Nope.
I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low, you'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there, I don't live there anymore. Let the silence.
I didn't mind the intro, but still, I'm not going crazy, so let's just keep going.
I don't live there and you didn't lie, you just left.
See, we got lucky on that first one, guys. That's how it goes sometimes. Sometimes it's the first one. Sometimes it's the fucking 90th one. You know? Okay, so this is super easy. We're just literally dragging one file. It couldn't be easier. Again, usually I'm doing this with like 4 or 5 generations. Rarely is it ever just one. So how I'm going to lock it on time is, which I see people do things obviously a lot of different ways, but for me, this is like the easiest way of doing it. Literally, I'm going to hit play and just listen to it.
I don't live there anymore.
For me, the more is on the 1.
Anymore. More.
So it's somewhere here. So I'm going to just go like that.
More.
Let's put a click on.
More. Where we left the light on low.
Low is the next one. And then once we drag that, now if we double click this off, the rest of the song snaps to that time.
More. Where we left the light on low, you'll find echoes on the floor.
And just like that, the whole thing is done. I see people do it a lot of different ways, but I just don't understand why this way isn't like more common. It's really simple. You just find where the 1 is, you find the next one, and then you delete that point, and the whole rest of the song snaps. Super easy. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is let's copy over, or let's make all of these a loop. How do we do that? Here and here and here. Let's now click, and we're gonna drag this out forever. Now let's listen to the vocals on top of this. We're gonna have to get the pitch right. So just obviously let you guys know. I'm gonna turn down this track just a little bit. Let's pull all of this out.
I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. You didn't lie, you just left things out. Let the silence build a house. I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. You didn't lie, you just left things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived in.
So let's bring this a fifth down melodically.
I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. You didn't lie, you just left things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while.
Okay, beautiful. Let's throw this this track down here. I'm gonna mute it on the arrangement view just visually so it's clear what's going on. And now I feel like this section here that we're isolating, it might need to be repeated twice. So let's hit play and see that. And before we start diving in, I see somebody in the chat talking about let's throw verb on it. Like, yeah, for sure. But before we do all that, let's just get this, you know, let's go after the arrangement. Let's just quickly piece this together. Let's clean this up with EQ and whatever else we need. And then let's start talking about all the effects. And the thought process behind that is if you can just make the dry signal amazing, then the rest of all the work that you're going to do it couldn't be easier. So yeah, let's hit play and see what's up.
I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there. Left the light on low. I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. You didn't out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while.
And let's have that repeat again. So just because I don't want to mess up any of the timing, I'm just doing it this way.
I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie, you just I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie, you just left things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while.
Cool, that's amazing. Now, it feels like it needs just to have a little bit of space after that section. So let's do that. Also, if we could find in a while that goes down melodically instead of up, that would be amazing. Let's just play that one time real quick.
You didn't like the house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. For a while. For a while. For a while.
So let's open this up and we're gonna just do it manually with Ableton. And we're just gonna grab it from there. And probably just down 2. Beautiful. Let's hear this. Well, actually, let's keep it moving. Okay, we got this third section here. Let's see if there's anything good we can do with it. So far, I feel like we almost already have most of the song here. But, you know, you can never write out some of these parts because, you know, they're really good. Let's see what this sounds like.
I won't live there anymore if you I won't live there anymore if you I won't live there anymore if you turn me on the ice. I'm not the close you thought I was. If you turn me on the ice, I'm not the close you thought I was.
I love that.
I won't live there anymore if you turn me on if you
Let's clean this up.
If you turn me on the ice, I'm not the close you thought I was. If you turn me on the ice, I'm not the close you thought I was. But I don't live there, I don't live there anymore. But I don't live there, I don't live there anymore.
Beautiful, guys. This is couldn't be perfect, more perfect. So this section here is really nice. Let's just throw different colors to all these tracks. This part can be anything. This part can be this. These two can be, let's go with this. All right. So let's play this from the beginning. Now, actually, while it's playing through, even though we don't have this back half arranged yet, it's okay. We feel like we got most of the song really is all right here. I feel like this part down here is, you know, maybe the tagline of the chorus, but we'll find out how and where that fits. And this part here in the yellow, I feel like could be, I don't know, it could be maybe a bridge, it could be a pre-chorus, but either way, these two things here, we can wait on. Let's just play it from the top, and I'm gonna start EQing and dialing in these vocals here.
I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low, you'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there, I don't live there, I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low, you'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there, I don't live there anymore. You didn't lie, you just left things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie, you just left things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. Live there thought I was. If you would tell me no, because you thought I was.
You know, I just want to quickly mention, you know, part of the reason why I love Q4 so much is because, you know, you can do these really great boosts, and then at the same time, you can, you know, kind of like soothe it on the dynamic part and flip on whatever this feature is called here, where it acts like soothe and takes out the harsh resonances. So you can basically like do your boosting and controlling all within Q4. It's just such an amazing tool we have now. So let's run it back again from the top and keep going. Maybe I should talk on the chat a little bit. Let me just answer some questions real quick. Okay, so Luke Darko 2 says the vocal is slightly out of key. Maybe you can add melodyne or change the scale. Yeah, we can mess around with that a little bit later on. I'm getting asked from VG Cell, how much time does it usually take for you to do a track start to finish? If I'm working with really talented people, like no more than half an hour, let's be honest. But some writers are a little bit slower and take more time. So those kind of things will then take longer. So it really depends, you know? I'm getting asked, will the streams be able to be watched after it's done? Absolutely. I'm getting asked from Grey Love, when I'm working on records on the studio for myself or for an artist, do you do something similar to here, establish a basic structure and then dive into super weird shit sound design that you're known for? Is it a different process we're seeing here? I think what I'm getting from the question is this a similar process to how I would work when I'm working with a singer or a writer? And I would say it's pretty much exactly the same. The only difference is that I'm not, you know, responsible for the lyrics and I'm not responsible for the melodies and the singing. And obviously, if you're collaborating with other people, you know, you want them to obviously collaborate. So, but when I'm just like alone on stream here, I mean, I haven't done a stream with different people yet, but that's what I want to do coming up here. I want to start inviting a few different friends on stream and we could all just make music live. I think that would be a lot of fun. But in this situation, because it's just me, I'm using AI, we're using Suno, and we're just creating as best as we can, which I think is pretty good, actually. Okay, maybe I'll answer one more question before I dive back into this. Do I ever give artists input on melodies and singing? You know, not really. I would say 90% of the time, I really don't. But you can always do things to get better performances. Like if they just run, like if you're working with a singer, you know, a lot of times, I mean, just everything is so, it's hard to say there's one way of anything. Like some artists will come in and it's the first take and it's unbelievable and you just know it. Other artists, you know that it's not that way and that sometimes it takes a couple of rounds for them to get comfortable, for them to feel locked in. So it just really depends on the artist. And then usually, like, I'm not saying anything, like, I'm not getting in their business and being like, hey, you know that melody, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't even, it's all good. The only time I'll start getting critical is when we're closer to like the end of the making of the song. And let's say I hear something that I think could really help, then I'm going to suggest it. I'm going to bring it up. I've done that I've done that a few times. But, you know, mostly I really like to respect the collaborators I work with. And I, you know, usually just like for them to do what they got to do. But you always got to push people. You got to push them to be great sometimes, or sometimes you just got to let them know or give them some feedback. You know, everybody appreciates that kind of help. And if you're working with an artist who doesn't really like that, then honestly, you're probably working with the wrong artist. But you also have to know when you can say stuff. So it's a tricky thing, guys. But you know, as long as you're having fun, that's really all that matters. Don't get bogged down with anything else. Okay, cool. I'm just reading the chat right now. Somebody says, do you think AI will completely overtake the mixing process? Yeah, I mean, I think AI is going to overtake everything we know. So, and I don't say that in even a bad way or anything. It's just so good, you know? Okay, cool. Let's just keep working on this, y'all. So I'm EQing right now, and I'm just trying to dial in the vocal, just trying to get the balance of the tone right. We're rolling off some of the low end, and we're boosting some of the highs, and we're dynamically suppressing the peaks.
I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there. I don't live there anymore.
Okay, so let's just dial this in better. I feel like this should be like that. I feel like that should be here. Let's put this here. Let's throw one more shelf here. This is going to be one we actually use to really help us control some of those sibilants.
I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. You didn't lie, you just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie, you just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while.
Cool, this is decently in a good place. I think it could be toned, shaped out a little bit better, so let's just run it back one last time.
I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. You didn't lie, you just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie, you just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor.
This is sounding just amazing, guys. I'm loving all the EQing here. Let's moving on to one more thing I want to do. If this would let me, my gosh. I want to put, how do we get these things to stop popping out? Show EQ parameter on display, maybe that. Okay, perfect. So I want to reduce, let's put like 24 slope on a shelf. Let's throw this all the way up at 20K. and let's hit play, and we're rolling off the top end. We don't. It's too much noise and weird stuff up top. We don't need all that.
I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. You didn't lie.
Beautiful. Let me throw a couple plugins. Let's throw this RVox gate. Let's just get the I want to take out anything that doesn't need to be playing. So let's just keep it. Let's bring it up pretty high.
I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. You didn't lie, you just left things out.
Beautiful. Let's throw Pro C on this. Go to vocal mode.
I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. You didn't lie, you just left things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie, you just left things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while.
Beautiful. This is sounding perfect. So let's go to reverbs. Let's throw Pro R or Pro R2, sorry.
I don't live there anymore. I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. You didn't lie, you just left things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie, you just left things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. You didn't lie, you just left things out.
Okay, I'm going for a third plugin here, Echo Boy. I want a longer delay, so let's run it.
I don't live there anymore, where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor, but I don't live there, I don't live there. I don't live there anymore, where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor, but I don't live there, I don't live there anymore. You didn't lie, you just left things out. Let the silence build a house. I don't live there anymore, where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor, but I don't live there, I don't live there. I don't live there anymore, where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor, but I don't live there, I don't live there anymore. You didn't lie, you just left things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while, I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie, you just left things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while, I lived inside it for a while.
Okay, so I'm just EQing. I want to clean up some of the low end of this delay, and then we can move on to the next step here.
I don't live there anymore, where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor, but I don't live there, I don't live there. I don't live there anymore, where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor, but I don't live there, I don't live there anymore. You didn't lie, you just left things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while, I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie, you just left things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while, I lived inside it for a while. I don't live there anymore, where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor, but I don't live there, I don't live there. I don't live there anymore, where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor, but I don't live there, I don't live there anymore. You didn't lie, you just left things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while, I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie, you just left things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while, I lived inside it for a while.
Okay, this is great. I'm gonna do something because I'm listening to everything. I'm listening to all the elements, and the vocals are just a little bit too heavy on the low end for me. So I could just use the existing Pro Q4. I could just do it within here, I guess. Sometimes it's just nice to open a new session, but it's, you know, what I want to do is just bring down this bottom half here. So let's play it and let's exaggerate it and then find a nice medium.
I don't live there anymore, where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor, but I don't live there,
So I'm just throwing all the effects in a group, and I just threw soothe on it because I don't want the effects to muddy the vocal. So let's get this right.
I don't live there anymore, where we left the light alone. You'll find echoes on the floor, but I don't live there. I don't live there. I don't live there anymore, where we left the light alone. You'll find echoes on the floor, but I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. You didn't lie to just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while.
Okay, beautiful. So for this first half, we could say that this is the verse. So let's go up top here and just be a little organized and write it out. So that's verse. This will be the start. This next section we're about to work on is the pre-chorus. And what we're going to do is let's just loop this whole pre-chorus. And what I'm hearing is that, you know, if we had like a real vocalist here, what we could do is just get them to obviously double. You know, I would definitely get stacks of 4 of this part right here.
Anymore. You didn't lie to just let things out. Let the silence build a house.
You know, I would want stacks of all of that.
You didn't lie to just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while.
So what we'll do to emulate that is let's create a fake background group. So this will be called backs, back 1. And I believe we don't need to do it for everything. I think it's just the first half of the statements that feel like it could use like a really, you know, big doubler chorus vibe. So now what we should do is copy all these plugins except for the effects, like except for like the reverbs and delays. Let's copy this over to the back so it's the same thing. But then what we're going to do is let's try like there's so many we could use. There's Antares has one called Choir, which is super good. Let's hear this.
You didn't lie to just let things out. Let the silence build a house. You didn't lie to just...
Yo, can you guys hear me? Man, I hope my headphones don't die out on me. Okay, so yeah, let's get the double on these backgrounds really good. So I don't know, that didn't sound as stereo as I want it to. We might just have to go to classic double or 4. Let's open up all 4 of these.
You didn't lie to just let things out. Let the silence build a house.
Okay, let's increase the delay here so we get a little bit more of a backing vocal kind of vibe where they're not all on time.
You didn't lie to just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie to just let things out. Let the silence build.
Beautiful. Let's now throw another layer on top of this. And this one is going to be with micro shift. And let's just see if we can even push it more, get even more of a background vibe to this.
You didn't lie, you just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie, you just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie, you just let things out. Let the silence build a house. You didn't lie, you just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside. You didn't lie, you just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for.
Okay, and I would say the last thing we could do to make this more of a background thing is let's throw ADT on this. Again, there's a lot of ways we can go about doing this, but I love ADT, and but there's another. Antares has a good one too. Either way, let's throw this at the start of the chain. Let's mute the source. Let's get the ADT version in the center. Drive down. This is at 0. Let's hit play.
You didn't lie, you just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie, you just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie, you just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie, you just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie, you just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie, you just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. Where we left the light on, you'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on, you'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. You didn't lie, you just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie, you just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while.
Oh, guys, I have an idea. What's the name of that other AI service that you can upload vocals to and it'll produce things for you? Like, I have a membership to it. I just forgot the name of it. It's like it'll do doubles and backgrounds. Audimi. Yo, thanks, y'all. Okay, Audimi. All right, let me just sign into this real quick. Okay, I'm almost signed in, y'all. 1 second. Beautiful. All right. So let's run this. Convert. Let's grab this. We just need the first half. Let's grab it from here to here. Show in Finder. Then we're gonna drag this here. And we are gonna leave everything as it is. And I guess we gotta find a voice. So let's hear female. I'm sure all of these are amazing.
Keep me from all evil.
Oh my God. Let's do this. Convert. Oh, but I'm missing something. Yeah, there's something I want to do, y'all. I want to do the harmonies, so we got to click on something else. Let's hear how this what it did.
You line and just left things out. Let the silence.
Why did the beginning of that make that weird noise? Let's hear that on Ableton real quick. Yeah, because it's harmonized within the vocal.
You didn't lie and just left things out. Let the silence. You didn't lie.
Okay, so we might have that little glitch happen, but if there's a glitch there, there's always a way to fix that. We'll come back to that. So let's run this process again, but we're going to do it within the harmonies section. And it says it's predicting it's G sharp major. Nope, I'm pretty sure it's C minor. And the preset, sure, we can do any of these. Let's do Warm Soul Stack. So we're doing an octave lower. That's pretty low. We're doing a third. We're doing a fifth. A melody. I mean, sure, let's see. Let me answer some things in the chat. What's going on, y'all? It would be cool if I could like see your guys' chat on the same screen as my Ableton. That way I don't have to look back and forth. I could just see in real time, but I gotta look sideways on my other computer here and look at the chat window. Somebody's saying to buy his loops. I don't know, man. Keep hustling though. Haha. Yeah, my day's going good. Man, I completed Hard 75 today. I think today is day 26 or 27. Fucking exhausted, man. So Frankie Diggs is saying I got to do a Twitch version. So what do you mean? Like, how do I do a Twitch? Aren't I on Twitch right now? Or you mean you want, like, you're saying I got to stream it? I don't know, man. Baby steps, like streaming a workout might be a lot. Oh, Hard 75 for beat making. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what a Hard 75 would be like for beat making. It would be like you got to research 10 new loop packs a day. You got to make 2 ideas a day. You know, it's like it would have all these crazy rules. Like there definitely isn't a Hard 75 that's like equivalent for music for sure. I got asked, did I set up my studio space or did someone help me? It's so clean and nice. Well, thank you so much. Nope, nobody helped me because this studio I'm in right now is not really a studio that I'm trying to, like, I didn't want it to feel like a studio. I just wanted it to be a vibe, like a house, you know. But I know there's so many amazing like studio sound people that like will dial in a room. But actually, I got something pretty amazing. I got the Trinove. I have Trinove on my setup, so all my stuff is dialed in. Like I had to set up a microphone like right here, and then Trinove calibrates the whole room. Since I've done that, anytime I work on anything in this room right here, it's just like the most dialed in I've ever had in my entire life. I've never had a room more dialed in than this one here right now. Okay, so I'm trying to download all these harmonies, and I just don't know if it's going through on my downloads. Nope. Oh, okay, yeah, here we are. All right, let's throw these harmonies into this section and keep on moving. Oh, they even have panning and time shift. Well, I'm curious. Let's see what their panning and time shift sounds like. Let's mute. Or we don't have to mute anything. Let's just hit play. Oh, Ableton obviously time stretched it. And the first note for all of these sounds really messed up. Let's hear it solo real quick. Jeez. Let's just delete that first word. You did the line and just left things out. Let the sign line and just left the line and just line and just left. You did the line and just left things out. Oh man. I got the sweetest. Y'all are so sweet on chat. I really appreciate all your comments, and man, what a great y'all are a great community, man. I appreciate you guys so much. You didn't lie and just left things out. Let the silence build a house. Oh, you didn't lie and just left things out. Oh, you didn't lie and just left things out. Let the silence build. Oh, you didn't lie and just left things out. Let the silence build a house. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna have these backgrounds happen on the second half, and even though I want it on the first half, but then we would have to figure out this, and it's just not gonna happen. I'm not doing that on a stream right now with you guys. So let's just keep it for the second half, which is still cool, because then that pops out and will really lift up that section. Let's hear this. You didn't lie and just left things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie and just left things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. Okay, so while all of that's going on, guys, let's do also, while that's moving, let's do something else too. So what I'm hearing is, let's get the kick isolated from battalion, and then let's just work on that kick drum a little bit. So I'm going to duplicate the drums, and on this first drum track, all we're going to do is solo the kick. And on the second battalion, we're going to mute the kick. Okay, now on this kick instance of it, let's just tweak some knobs here until we get it perfect.
I don't live there anymore. I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on. I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. Where anymore. You didn't lie, you just let things out. Let the
So I'm not loving this kick yet. So I'm just spamming the random button. What I don't want to do is I don't want to lose the sequence pattern, but I don't know how to save the sequence pattern and do, you know, maybe this is what I got to do. Let's go to this and let's do random from here. It's obviously really cool, but not, I don't think it's gonna work for this. Let's go over here. Let's go random. And I like going random just so, to explain to you guys, because I just end up hearing things I never hear anywhere else. Like, of course, I have a library pack of 1,000 kicks, which, you know, maybe might not be bad to even just try. Let's try this metal plugin real quick. Oh, but I'm gonna lose the MIDI data. Shit. Okay, let's undo. And let's just keep going in this way. Very cool. I'm loving the kick is obviously coming out a lot more. We got to throw a bass line in here too. And before we do that, let's just kind of dial in this what could potentially be chorus vocals here. Although I'm not entirely sure just yet, but either way, let's just get the timing right on these because it comes in and it's just not completely locked in. So sometimes you will obviously find that. So you got to sometimes manually tweak away. So this should be right. And let me just mute this from here. And let's go back here. That's beautiful. That's perfect. Let's hear this. Same thing with this vocal here. Let's just get the timing right on this. So I'm gonna solo it, put the click track on. But I don't live there. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. So let's undo this. Let's grab this, move it over a little bit more. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. That's perfect. Beautiful. Let's run it from the top of this chorus. I'm gonna quickly check something. Beautiful. I love that. That's so beautiful. Let's run it from the top. And now there's still lots of stuff to do. So let's just hear it from the top and decide what the next move is. Maybe it's a bass line. Maybe it's something else. Actually, I hear it. Let's get the snare separated from the rest of the drums. So we're gonna duplicate battalion here, and we're gonna solo the snare. If we go in the sequencer, we can see what's doing the snare pattern, and that's the second track here. So let's solo that one. And now that should be the snare. Let's see. Perfect. And now we have the rest of the stuff on the 3rd battalion. So on this snare, let's throw in stereo here. Okay, I heard something else now. What if we took out the lead vocal when the harmonies came in? Let's see how that sounds. You just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie, you just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived in home. You didn't lie, you just let things out. Let the silence build a house. You didn't lie, you just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie, you just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. If you tell me no because I'm not lost, you thought I was. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. Yeah, let's go back to the snare and let's get the snare right. Let's get all the drums soloed. Now, I do like this snare. I do like what we're hearing generally. I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light alone. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light. Yeah, okay, I'm still not in love. So let's swap this snare sample with another one. Man, I don't I doing something wrong, or I feel like the snare sample's never really changing here. That's because it's on the drum track. That's why it's phasing. All right, my bad. Okay, so now I lost the snare altogether, like, damn. So what I might do is I might just bring back the original snare real quick. And delete this one. Right here, we need to hear bass right there, y'all. So let's pull up. Damn, what should we pull up? Let's pull up Serum. And I got all these dope, crazy. They're a little bit more like drum and bass vibe basses, but they're really insane. Let's just see what some of this sounds like. Yeah, that's so crazy. Like, definitely not that. Yo, I'm getting asked in the chat, how do I feel about sidechaining? I love sidechaining. I do it for everything. But when you're this early in the songwriting process, sure, you could throw sidechain on and start doing all that, but it's kind of like the last thing I'm thinking about, to be honest with you, is like sidechaining the kick to everything right now. Like, I'm thinking more of like, how do we get this song to feel powerful? How do we get it through the progression? Like right now we're at the chorus, I feel, which is why I moved over the vocals that were there. I moved it out the way because to me, this is now where the chorus has to be. We want to hear the power. So that's why I'm trying to find a bass sound right now, because we want to just fill in that whole range now. And you know, we're probably going to have to sidechain this bass to the kick in a minute or two, because it's probably going to be clashing pretty crazy. But let's just see how this goes first. I know a lot of these basses are already going to be really like high frequency, and we definitely just actually want something that's more like, we do want kind of like a Reese bass vibe, but you know, sometimes it's fun to go sound searching and you always like surprise yourself with new sounds. So rather than just going straight to making a Reese bass, that's why I'm exploring all these different patches, because we might find something that really takes it to another level. Okay, let's just play it just a touch before the chorus.
I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore.
It's gonna be a lot of searching, guys.
I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. But I don't live there. I
Okay, so I mean, it's pretty simple. It's just 4 notes. This patch is okay. I feel like we're like halfway there. Um, with I don't want to mess. Oh man, there's a crazy plug. Okay, so what we're gonna do, y'all, is this is bass option 1. What we just did. Let's now mute that. We're gonna do bass option 2, and we're gonna use this plugin. This plugin is so cool, man. All right. Forget about it. Let's just do what I should have done in the first place. Because really what we're just talking about is just a crazy sine wave. So let's pull this up, bring it back down. Nope. Let's go pure subs. That's what we want. This is what we want. Okay, let's hear this. Okay, let's do that. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie, you just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. But I don't live there, I don't live there anymore. But I don't live there, I don't live there anymore. So something I don't know if you guys are able to see, but one of the things that I really found out recently and I really like is if you go on Soothe, Normally, I would have just left the attack and release just as it was. I think normal it's on 1. I think release is on fast. But what I've been finding is like I actually don't want. I want the attack to be as fast as possible, and I want the release to be fast. But sometimes this release is very fast, so I find it helpful sometimes to bring this to around 2, 3, or even 4. Just depends on the material you're working on. But I feel like if you manually set the release, then it just gives a little bit more space to the kick, and it's just not like it's better. Okay, it's just better. Okay, beautiful. Let's just see how much of a space we need to leave at the end of this chorus here. Probably there.
I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light alone. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light alone. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. You didn't lie to just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie to just let things out. Let the silence build a house.
Okay, beautiful. So, yo, we have the song pretty decently arranged right now. We got, intro, verse, pre-chorus, post, space, and then we do it again. Um, so obviously it would be great to get new vocals on the second verse, and obviously I'm looking at a lot of these vocals as almost placeholders, to be honest with you guys. I feel like it'd probably be really cool to collaborate and work with some singer, some artist to really make this, to really have this come to life. It's not that I don't like this. It's not that I don't like what I'm hearing. It's just it's a totally different thing when you're working with like a vocal, like a real vocal. For some reason, the AI stuff, it sounds incredible, but there's just a lack of clarity, and I'm pretty sure that happens when you're doing the stem separation. I think you start to really kind of lo-fi it almost too much. And I think that when you're going after vocals and you're going after like lyrics and words, you need to get somebody to actually sing it so you get the full fidelity. Let's run this from the beginning.
I don't live there anymore, where we left the light alone. You'll find echoes on the floor, but I don't live there. I don't live there. I don't live there anymore, where we left the light alone. You'll find echoes on the floor. I don't live there anymore, where we left the light alone. You'll find echoes on the floor, but I don't live there. I don't live there. I don't live there anymore, where we left the light alone. You'll find echoes on the floor.
Yeah, I'm just reading the chat while I'm listening to this, and Mitchell Parks, I feel you on the hi-hat. I feel like on the chorus we almost need like a whole introduction of brighter hi-hats and just stuff to really make it sparkle. Like the one we have now, it's good because it's a little bit more lo-fi, and I would call this, you know, percussion lo-fi. And I think this new instance of Battalion that I just duplicated, we should try to get something really bright to really cut through. I think it could stay the same pattern, which is why I duplicated it, but let's try to go for a new sound. But let's first try to figure out which sound. I think it's this third track here. Let's solo this one. Great, so let's randomize this and get a better hi-hat sound. I have a feeling this is a sample, yeah, so let's go down here and we're gonna swap this out for something that says hi-hat. Let's see what this sounds like. Cool, let's see what, I think we just gotta make it ourselves. Okay, so let's just do that.
I don't live there anymore. You didn't lie, you just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie, you just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore.
Okay, so for this new hi-hat here, you know, the only thing I'm thinking is that triplet thing it does. Let's remove that. There we go.
I don't live there anymore.
Yeah, I want to say what's up. We got Chili in the chat. I love to hear where everybody's from, because it's just cool to me to know like we're all tuned in right now. Okay, so anyways, let's get back to this. So I'm loving this. You know, maybe we get a little bit more decay on it. Let's see. Let's see if we get a little bit more distortion on it. Just to drive it a little bit. Let's go through the different ones. Okay, so I just want to try one more thing, y'all. We're gonna click this knob here and we're gonna go to halftime on these hi-hats. Let's see how that feels.
I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while.
Or maybe the pre-chorus.
You didn't like it.
I feel like the pre-chorus should be halftime. And maybe the chorus goes to normal time.
You didn't like it, just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for.
And maybe for this pre-chorus hi-hat, we'll do rate crush, just so we can roll off some of that high end and save it for the chorus. Like somewhere there, maybe. Let's see.
You didn't like it, just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside.
And then let's duplicate that hi-hat. And because we're using Battalion and everything is live, I'm using utility here to draw the on and off. So now we're saying, like right here, we want this track, the chorus hi-hat, to play. And on this track, we have it just for the pre. So anyways, let's see how that sounds. And we got to actually change the distortion type for the chorus. Okay, so it was left that way. Cool. So let's hear this.
You didn't like it, just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. You didn't like it, just let things out. Let the silence build a house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while.
Okay, so now on this chorus hi-hat, let's go back to that, and then we're gonna go back to contrast, I think it was. And this is now chorus hi-hat. So let's hear that one more time, one bar leading up to the chorus.
House. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore.
Hey, what's up, Flico? I think I gotta mod you on this.
We can do 14 for sure.
I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light alone. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light alone. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore.
Yo, yo. So, damn, like I really like this, you know. The only thing I'll say is like, let me just read some of the comments here. Doesn't the I Don't Live Here Anymore in the chorus come in too late? Yeah, like it's definitely not perfect. Let's, I'm gonna turn down Ableton quite a bit. So I hear like the delay on for a while. I mean, I should just do that so we can hear it. So yeah, I guess let me just put that really, really long delay at the end of the pre-chorus. And so we can just, because obviously it's gonna be really loud. So now we're just going to isolate it only to the phrase we want. So that's probably here. So it's right there for a while, and then it ends there. And now let's open up Timeless. I would say like I think I'm gonna wrap up this stream pretty soon here because usually the idea is pretty fleshed out and I really like where this is right now. And sometimes when you do a lot of work like this, it's good to kind of take a step back. But you know, the only thing I would add is, you know, a part of me does want to try removing the drums and try doing a faster drums. Also, for some reason, the tempo on this went down to 128. I had thought that I thought we set this to like 140, but I think like when we when we flew the sample in from Suno, I think Ableton might have brought the tempo down or something. I don't really understand, but let's just play this from the top one more time.
I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. You didn't lie, just let things out. Let the silence fill the house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie, just let things out. Let the silence fill the house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. Where we left the light on low. You'll find echoes on the floor. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. You didn't lie, just let things out. Let the silence fill the house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. You didn't lie, just let things out. Let the silence fill the house. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore.
So man, I'm loving it. I've obviously been messing with the tempo. Right now we're at 131. I think it was 128 that we were listening to it on the whole stream at 128. So I think the tempo we want is somewhere between 128 and where we are now, 131. I'm going to play this from the pre-chorus and let's see if we can find it right. Okay, so chat, let me try something here. You know, don't freak out if it sounds terrible because it might sound really bad, but I'm going to mute all the drums and we're going to throw this really amazing plugin called Kick and Bass Groove Generator. And we are just going to see... Oh, shit. Let me see if I can click and drag this out here. Let's see if for the chorus anyways, what happens if we switch the drums all together. So let me turn down this track a little bit because I don't know how loud it's going to be. I'm going to turn down Ableton just a touch too. And I'm going to play it directly... well, hold up a second, y'all, sorry. So let's just have this be unmuted as soon as the chorus hits. And we'll do the same for the second chorus. And all we're gonna do is we'll turn off, well, actually, I don't really care if the toms are on and off, that's fine, but we'll turn off this bass thing. And then we're gonna do random here. And let's see what comes out.
I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a but I don't live there. I don't live there anymore.
All right, the chat's saying faster. So just for fun, let's see what happens. Let's say we put this up to 140.
I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a while. I lived inside it for a but I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore. But I don't live there. I don't live there anymore.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Like I feel like I would want to really work on that kick and that clap and hi-hat and make it really special, which is super easy to do. I do like that rhythm. You know, the only thing I'll say, Chad, is like what I've been learning the last, I don't know, couple years is like if we're going, I just feel like I've made so many songs that start off in one place and then they end up going to another place, and it's just like that whole doing two things in one song, I just feel like it's a lot. I just feel like even if I'm DJing, like I never play any songs when I'm DJing that are two vibes in one song. Like if I'm playing a song, I want to play a song that's that vibe. Like rarely ever, if ever, will I play a song that like starts off really like epic and then goes to this whole thing. Somebody in the chat saying I'm roasting After Hours. Well, I'm not actually. I mean, that's kind of, I guess, you know, that's because if you listen to the second half of After Hours, that's almost like a single on its own. That's an amazing record. And then the first half of that song is almost like this really long intro vibe. Altogether, it's perfect, but I'm just saying, like, you know, regarding where we are here now with this, I just feel like it'll just, I'm not crazy about if we start it on the halftime vibe and then we go to the crazy drums, you know? For me, I just feel like we should just pick one. So let's just, a way that we can do that really fast is we can just do hotkeys. And let's say the fast hotkey is going to be 1, and then the halftime vibe will be 2. So then we can just flip between. I'm also going to take out the utility on the fast just so we can hear it everywhere we are. So yeah, let's see how this sounds with let's say the fast vibe. I just hate hearing those sounds. They're so bad. Maybe we should just take 5 minutes and just redo it on Battalion, and at least we'll get some cool sounds. Let me just quickly try to program this as fast as possible. So okay, I mean, something like this anyways, maybe. Let's see. And the last thing we just need to do is let's just hear if we were to do a snare or a clap or something on, you know, on the 2 and 4. Let's see how that sounds. Okay, something like this. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know, guys. It's cool. Like I would need to work on it. I feel like just having it be the pattern. I mean, I've always, since I was little, like wasn't crazy about this pattern. So for me, I feel like I would. But then this is where you start doing a different genre. But like for me, I just love like something like this. Yeah, so as you guys can see, it's like definitely something to decide here. I feel like just like the halftime vibe is just really nice to listen to. It's obviously, I feel like every single element of this song I would like to really dive in. Like I would love to make these vocal samples even more special. That pad's cool. On this piano, I would love to do some things on this piano, make it really cool and unique. But again, like everything has its time. I don't want to start diving in and start going crazy with sound design stuff. I'm just trying to move in broad strokes here. And then also going back to the drums, like I genuinely don't know what's the better direction to go. Like I do like on the chorus how it kind of picks up and it has this energy, but I just don't know. You know, I don't know if I'll have this answer right now, which is why I was kind of saying I think I'm kind of done with this. I think we're done for today, guys, because we did a lot of work, and this is when you almost start going backwards. You know what I mean? So, yeah. All right, I think we should just kind of call it here, y'all. Yeah, like let's just sit with it, and then we can really just go from there. Like I wanna, just so we're on the same page, like I wanna come back to this at some point very soon and get this really like completely done. Because, you know, I'm writing for my album right now, and as I was saying, I have like a bunch of really amazing songs, but I just want to keep searching and keep finding some really amazing stuff. And then also I feel like it would be really fun to open up the process like I have been with you guys on the stream. In a sense, it would be really cool just to finish making this album all live on stream. So that's something I'm kind of working towards. Thanks so much on all the comments on Hard 75. Like, you know, if I ever post something, it's because I really want y'all to see what's up, because I'm trying to promote things I really believe in and I think are really helpful. But if you guys were to check out Hard 75, my God, like 2 workouts a day and eating right, no liquor, you know, you got to read every day. It's pretty amazing. And the reality is like we should be doing that every day anyways. So I think right now, I think I'm on day, let me see here. I'm on day 28. Damn. And when I look at the before and after pictures, like, oh my God, day 1, I look so weak. And now on whatever day I just said, on day 28, it's just like, damn. Big changes, big changes. Thanks to everybody for tuning in, and I'm happy to answer some questions if you guys want to ask anything real quick, but otherwise I'm gonna call it. Somebody's asking to show my phone case. Hell yeah. This is this amazing designer in LA, and she does all of these really amazing cases, and this is the one that I got a couple from her. I got like just regular black, and she does a lot of other really cool ones, but then I did I chose this one obviously, and I just like it because it's easy to hold and I never lose it because it's fucking huge, you know what I mean? Like I always know where this is. So yeah, let me try to find the name of the designer, just because, just like when I'm dealing with plugins, I got so much stuff going on. It's just really hard to remember the name of everybody all the time. But I don't even know, how am I going to find, maybe in my email? Let me see. I want you guys to check her out because she's amazing. I think I found it. Yeah, I did find it. Her name is Bailey Hikawa. Let me pull it. Let me pull up her page on Chrome here. Oh, here, I'll put it back. Sorry, yo, 1 second here. Boom. This is her page. So I'm not saying it's for everybody, but for me, it's this is some of my favorite. This is my favorite cases ever. Damn, the cappuccino swirl is hard. This color is amazing too. They got the Diet Coke on here. That's cool. All right, let's keep talking here. So somebody's asking, Yoel Weiss. You know, if I butcher you guys' names, I'm doing my best here. You know, but Yoel Weiss says, how do you stay on top of new plugins without spending too much time on the internet and socials? So what I would say to answer that question, and I got to look away from the chat because it's just too much and I can't answer the question, but you know, for me, one of my favorite pages that I've always gone here since I was, I don't know, I've been going to this webpage for 15 years, you know, 20 years. I don't know. I've been going to this page since I was a kid. But basically, it you know, this is how I love going on here every day or two and seeing if anything pops up. So this is kind of like my first radar. And then I would say that like a lot of what I'm... Oh, sorry, you guys can't see the screen. Damn. So kvraudio.com, I love going here. And so this has all the plugins like I just said, but now you guys can actually see what I'm trying to show you guys. So for example, it just says here that Plugin Alliance released a new compressor. So, you know, I actually have the hardware version of this, but anyways, this is the plugin, looks like. So yeah, it's a lot of fun going on this webpage. And then also just from being on social media, I see so many plugins, just scrolling Instagram and Twitter a little bit because I follow a couple audio people on Twitter. But yeah, this is mainly how I find all the new plugins, and then I'll just download and try things like all the time. That's why I have so many plugins, is just because I just love trying new things. And then also like a lot of the brands that I really love, you know, they're always sending me emails updating what's up, so I'll find out from things that way too. Yeah, let me read the chat here so I can try to answer some more questions. Okay, we got a really deep question from Sam3700. He says, is there any future for new upcoming artists? I'm a teenager and I don't know the path of how to become an artist. Please guide. I'm a huge fan of your work and The Weeknd. Please guide me. So for Sam, you know, of course there's a future for artists. I mean, artists are the backbone of everything, man. Like, we have to always speak and we always have to, you know, being an artist, I feel like you have to be a sign of the times and you have to share what's going on. And I mean, that's really, to me, some of the best artists are ones that really speak up and talk about things going on. So there's always time for artists. I think just the idea of what we think an artist is always changing. So for example, if you were thinking to get in the music industry, like, it was so different 10 years ago. It was an entirely different place than it is now. So now to be an artist, you know, to cut through is just a different thing. Everything's always changing. So yeah, you're gonna have to evolve how you communicate and how you share. Like, for example, I would have never done a live stream 10, 15 years ago because mentally I wasn't even here. I wasn't even, like, this wasn't even something I was down to do. Like, as a lot of you guys know, I used to be really more secretive. And, you know, since Mixed with the Masters, I've just been showing you guys like everything. So that's kind of, you know, things change, and so being an artist is you got to go with those changes. And yeah, that's, I would say that's really just the best advice. If I gave you any advice, you know, I would say that's the best one. Let me read some of these questions again. Somebody's asked, Jewel Pins is asking, do I think more about following trends or breaking them? I don't really care about trends, and especially nowadays, if there's so many trends going on. There's not like one trend going on, so I just feel like you got to stay up to date on the technology. And I think, I mean, I've always loved technology, so I just think if you stay up to date with the technology, then that's just the most important thing, really. All right, let me just keep reading some things here. Somebody's asking, why don't I sing? I'm just not I'm not the singer, you know. Like, sure, I sing all the time, but I'd like to work with singers that are way more talented than me. Madeo is asking, any tips on managing getting overwhelmed? I'm a guitarist looking more into producing, but whenever I open up Ableton, I just get overwhelmed by how much I don't know, so I don't know where to start. What kind of roadmap is best? So that happens to me almost every day with like new plugins and new things. And I think the one tip I could probably share with you that might be helpful is like narrow down your scope of like what's going on. Just narrow it down to like what exactly you want to do, like what would be the next step. You know what I mean? So for example, like if you know the next step, if you're a guitarist and you're on Ableton and you know you want to record a beautiful melody that you just wrote, like don't worry about anything else. Like just focus on how to record that guitar melody down. Then the next step you might have is like, well, how do I like loop it? Well, then just address that issue or that task, address it like singularly, and just figure out, and you know, just use ChatGPT, go on YouTube, ask questions, go on Google, like whatever you want to do, ask a friend, and just find, I just find like if you just address like tasks that you're trying to accomplish individually, it's just the easiest way, because I agree with you, it's very overwhelming if you're working on something and there's like all these things popping up and you're like, how do I do this? If you're looking at it from all of it, it's like very overwhelming. So that's why I think the best advice is just simplify it down to like what's the first thing you got to do. And once you start developing that skill, like there's kind of nothing you can't learn, because then you just got to figure out the right questions to ask to get you on the right page. So yeah, that's my recommendation for you, man. Let me keep reading comments here. I have a question that I'd really like to answer. I think it's a really good question. It's from Dog Make a Move. And they say, hi, Illangelo. Always been a fan of your work. What made you switch that mentality of keeping production secret and then turning towards sharing everything through these streams and mixed masters? I would say the biggest change for me was just kind of like I've dedicated my entire life to what I'm doing right here. Like this wasn't something I just started a couple years ago. This was something I started when, I don't know, when I was 14, 15, 16. So I've always been doing this. And I had this kind of moment of realization of like, I'm keeping everything I'm doing such a secret. And it's like, that's not, first of all, that's not really in line with who I am as a person. I'm generally really love to share things and really love to help. And really, you know, that's just kind of my personality. Like that's who I am. And also like, I just get so many questions in the DMs, in comments. I get like a lot of questions to the point where, you know, the last 10 years, I can't even respond to you guys. Sometimes I'll meet people out at like the airport, or I'll meet them out places, and I'll meet the coolest people who have the most amazing things to share. And I'll always tell them to email me, but like I'm just getting a lot of emails, I'm getting a lot of messages, so it's really hard. So I kind of noticed like, well, what I could do is I could just literally share everything I know on these live streams. And then I could be helping people in way more ways than asking like singular questions. I can literally just like, because I'm a visual learner. Like I love, I mean, I'm a learner in a lot of different ways, but like if I can watch somebody do something, to me, it just makes something so much easier. So for me to be able to provide that to y'all, I think is, for me, it's really cool. It's one of my favorite things. So let me just move on from, I don't want to spend too long answering each question. There's so many messages here. Let me see. I got a question saying, what do I do when I get like writer's block? And the answer to that is that you just keep going. There is no writer's block. You just keep going. Just move on to something else inspiring. You know what I mean? Like if you're working on something that's not inspiring, then just pivot. Just if you're working on drums and you're not inspired, then just stop doing drums and move on to melody. If you're doing melody and it's not inspiring, then move on to something else, like start writing lyrics. Just always move on. Just always be productive. So I'm getting a couple questions on Battalion and the difference compared to Excellence, EXO drum software. So I love EXO. I use EXO a lot. It's incredible, but I've been leaning towards using Battalion lately for my album because you can do like the synthesis on the drums. For me, is really fun. Like I love being able to manually tweak all those parameters of the kick and the snare and the hi-hat and have it be synthesized, because you just get some of like the craziest sounds. And I like love cool sounds that I've never heard before. I love kind of pushing the envelope in that way, and so Battalion makes it really fun. But I'll use them all. Like I'm also using Drum Monkey, which is amazing. I'm using Drum Monkey, I'm using EXO, I'm using Battalion, and I'm doing stuff manually too. I'm using Atlas, and I'm programming things manually too. So kind of like I'm using loops too. So whatever. There's not one way I only go. I work in all the ways, but the reason why you guys are seeing me use Battalion is because of the synthesis option within that drum programming. It's really fun. Man, so many good questions. I got a question on History Man, and if I would share some stuff on that. To answer that question in like 10 seconds, I would say that the coolest thing for me on that album was, and you guys got to keep in mind, this was back in 2013 or 12. So just keep in mind that this was a long time ago, but like the coolest thing for me was working with Mark Santangelo on the mastering on this. And I went to New York and we laid the whole album down on vinyl, and then we pressed it, and then we recorded that vinyl back into Mark's system. So I just loved that. To me, that was just cool. That was just like a way of getting it out of the box and into something real. So pressing it to vinyl and then recording that in as the final master, to me, I love that. I don't know if I've ever shared that with anybody or told anybody that, but yeah, shout out Mark Santangelo, man. That's my guy. I really loved working with him. Somebody's saying, can you show how to record vocals? And yeah, for sure. Like one of these streams, I'll work with a vocalist. I'll talk to some different friends of mine, and we'll see who wants to come live on stream, and we'll do something live, which is so much fun, guys. I love working, like, doing the AI thing is fun when I'm alone and it's for my album. It's easy, but man, I love collaborating with people. I'm getting asked, do I think AI will replace music artists in the future? 1,000%. I don't, replace is a strong word, but it'll, it's already incredible. Like, I'll say this, I don't know if I would do music if I were like 20, 21 years old. Like when I first broke into the industry and I first had success, I think I was like 21 or 22. And I was already working since I was 14, 15, all the way till I was 21, 22. So for me, it felt like a really long time. My point is that at that age, I had to make a decision what I was going to do with my life. If I was going to, I had to make money. I had to survive. So what I'm trying to say is that in today's world now, if I was 21, 22, there's no way I would be looking at music like I can make a living off of this. I would just be working construction. I'd be doing paving with my family. But back then I felt it, and I just had to run with it. And so I did what I did, and I don't, obviously I'm grateful every second of the day. But yeah. Anyways, let's move on to another question. I love hearing that. Frankie Diggs says these streams have helped tremendously, and I love that. Thank you, man. For me, it's one of the main reasons why I'm sharing and putting myself out there, is because I really want to help and give back, and you guys can steal and take everything you want from me and develop it and build it into your own. I really believe in like open sourcing everything. Okay, let me read some more of these comments. Oh man, there's so many. Let me just pick one or two more, guys, and then let's wrap this up. Illangelo News. Vince is asking, would you ever do an IRL stream like I'm like DJing live? 1,000%. I'm gonna do that pretty soon, guys. Believe it or not, getting this set up to even this point took a lot of time and energy. So yeah, like I'll get a setup for the CDJs, and I'll definitely do some streams where I'm just playing music. But actually, now that I come to think of it, like I don't even think I can play copyrighted music on stream. I think that's an issue. So I don't know if you guys in the chat can let me know if it's not an issue, but I thought it was an issue to stream copyrighted music. But isn't there also... Oh, unless you're verified. Okay. Nice. Well, maybe I can get verified. Because that would be amazing. I would love to DJ live on stream. I think, like... I don't know why. I was always so scared using the CDJs. Like, literally my whole life, I always just felt like... I don't know, I was intimidated by it, but the last couple of years of me DJing, like, it couldn't be more fun. It's like the funnest thing ever. It's like another musical instrument, really. Okay, and maybe to wrap up, like, one last question. Let me just scroll all the questions here. Oh, somebody says Twitch ban. Please open up my Twitch ban. Damn. You got banned, bro? I don't know what happened. I don't know who banned you, but let's get you back. Let's get you back on Twitch. Free Shorts Duck. So I just want to say something. I said I'll do one more question, but I just got Sam 3700 messaged, and he says, I got your advice, but I'm in college and I want to quit. I don't know how I'll make money. People will listen to me or not, and I don't know. I'm scared to spoil my entire life. So let me just touch on a couple things here. So first of all, if you're in college and you want to quit, no one's going to, like, you got to follow your heart. You know what I mean? Like, you got to And you also got to plan. You can't just like emotionally do things. You got to be smart. You got to plan. You got to you got to think about things, you know. But if you're saying you don't want to be in college and you want to quit it, like that's valid. So obviously like sit with that and think about what you would do, right? And if you're talking about money now, which you then say like I don't know how to make money. Well, like for me, like I did construction for 5 years. uh, I was doing paving, I was paving roads, and I was working half the day. And for like the couple hours I had energy, I was in the studio and I was working with, uh, I was working on lots of things, and I was working with like different artists in my city. So you know, you got just have a plan. You know what I mean? And then the next thing I'm gonna say is like you mentioned here that you don't know and you're scared and you don't want to spoil your entire life. Well, listen, man, that's like everybody. That's all of us. Like all of the decisions all of us are making. Like even me, all the time, every day, we're all thinking about what we're doing. We don't want to waste our time, our energy. But I would just say, like, think about this, man. If you're concerned about money, like, look, I haven't deep researched this or anything, so don't like, you know, I'm just saying look into what AI maybe is not going to replace. I would think that is manual labor right now. You know, there will be robots coming soon, but you know, we at least have, I would say, 3 to 5 years, right? So like think about what you can be doing physically. You could be carpenter, you could be welding, you could be doing construction. Like all of those jobs are totally available, and you know you can make a lot of money doing all of this stuff, especially if you're really good and you have a good head on your shoulders. Like that's also another thing, is like people want to work, and it doesn't matter what industry you're in, people want to work with you if you're really good and you have your shit together, right? So it doesn't matter if you're doing music, or it doesn't matter if you're doing carpentry, or if you're doing like anything, if you're a personal trainer, doesn't you could do anything. People want to work with you if you have a good head on your shoulders. So you know you got to get your diet together, you got to get your exercise together, you got to, if you're having anxiety, you got to start learning about breathing, you got to start learning about meditating, you got to start learning about all of these kind of things, because these are all tools that are going to help you feel less anxious. So look, I'm done with the like all the advice on that one. But I hope it's helpful, really. Okay, and I'm just, let me read the chat to see if I can answer one more thing, or one more thing, really, and then let's sign off for the day, y'all. We did good work today. It's just so cool seeing all y'all on the chat. Once again, I really appreciate all you guys. I'm just reading all the comments, guys. So I just, you know, a lot of good things being written here, but I don't think anything worth really answering. But let me read some of the newer messages. I'm getting asked a lot of questions about working with Max Martin. So I did work with Max on a little bit here and there. And I mean, you're talking about one of the greatest of all times. You know what I mean? One of the greatest songwriters. Like, so I did have the opportunity to work with him once or twice. I had to help out on some different things. Stylistically, him and Abel had a couple records, and I had to uncomfortably go to Max's studio and try to help him dial in some of the vocal effects for Abel. I didn't take any credit. I didn't take anything like that, but why would I? I really love the Weekend project a lot, and so for me, helping when other people are, when I'm executive producing a project and other producers are involved, for me, I want to have everything be super like cohesive with the style. So yeah, Max is obviously one of the greatest. He has an amazing team too. I forgot the guy's name, but it's one of his partners who's a really cool guy, man. I really like him a lot. Um, I'm getting asked how Angel Fire is doing. She's doing really good. She just got back from Paris, and now we're in Miami and just working, you know. I'm seeing somebody talk about Circuit. Yeah, I love Circuit, man. Me and Circuit go way back. Circuit's one of the most talented people, man. I can't even put into words. Like, Circuit is dope. I'm getting asked if I work with Justice. No, I love Justice though, man. They're obviously one of the greatest too. Oscar, yeah, Oscar's the name of Max's guy. Oscar's amazing. I really like Oscar, man. Okay, guys, appreciate all the cool questions, and I hope the stream was really helpful. And if it helped you, I hope you guys can give back to somebody in your life or somebody that you know that could maybe use it. Pave the good deed forward, pave the good energy forward, pass it forward, you know? That's the only thing I'm gonna ask of you guys is just do something positive in the world, do a good deed in the world. And yeah, I can't wait to see you guys next time. I wonder when the next stream will be. Maybe I'll do it sooner than later. I don't know. Maybe I'll do it Wednesday or Thursday, maybe. We'll see. I got to go through my schedule. But yo, loved seeing you guys. Thanks so much for tuning in. And shit, until next time, it's been a pleasure. Let me run this beat while we exit the stream. Take care, y'all.
I don't